son of a bitch.
Great to meet you. What can I do for you? How are you?
Come on, girl, run.
Well met. What's on your mind?
It's not platers. It's QE nameplates, which I like better than platers. Yeah, in a row. See, Kui nameplates. You've got all these settings for Kui. Not that different. Not that dissimilar from Plater, but Plater's a little bit more. I've never liked Plater. I thought the configuration wasn't as easy as Kui. Didn't look as good either. It's all good, baby. It's all gravy, baby. We'll be halfway to 51. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, when I used Plater, I tried it once. The config was crap. I was like the config I didn't like. Kui's is like better. Like the cool thing with Kui's is what I like is, I mean, obviously because you can change the size of things. So basically, you want to go to health bars, and you're basically going to be looking at. Let's see. Actually, there's frame sizes. You can specify the frame, the target frame, and there's minus sizes too, which I don't remember what that. I think minus size is when it's not highlighted. But you can actually, so you can basically set up the size. Like if I get close enough to an enemy, here, let me show you. No spiders nearby. If I get close enough to an enemy, the nameplate shows up, right? And it's a certain size. I can configure the size of the nameplate when I see it, but I don't have the mob targeted. And then when I actually target the mob, I can actually make the name. I can configure the size of the nameplate then. So, like here, if I get close to the spider, we'll see the nameplate, right? But notice as soon as I target it, it gets bigger, right? So that you can configure that as well. You can also configure the cast bar, right? So, like if we get to a mob that's got a cast bar, we can configure the size of the cast bar. I can detach the cast bar from the health bar, which I actually think I normally do. I'm trying to remember. One thing about the cast bar, though, like, let's see. If you go to the cast bars here, you can, let's see, you can detach it. I don't. I have it connected to the actual plate. You can detach it if you want, and you could even detach it and move it around if you wanted to. But you can stylize the size of it. You can, specify the icon. There's some different things you can do, which I really like. I really like the fact that you can customize the actual cast bar of the enemy. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been using Kui for, I don't know, probably like 3 years. It's by far, I think, the best nameplate, enemy nameplate. I mean, if you look at my UI, I spend a lot of time making sure that my UI is very clean. I don't like a lot of crap on my screen. When I see other people's streams, I always kind of laugh because their UIs are so fucked up. And honestly, I swear like 90% of people's UIs is completely not even necessary. People put so much shit on their UI, and like I guarantee you that most of the times they're not even looking at any of it. Like if you go to the hardcore death clips, right? So if you go to let's see, a classic WoW hardcore, and you just look at some of these death clips. These are great. They put these compilations together all the time. And if you just kind of, I mean, look at this. You can look at anybody's UI, right? Every UI is going to be pretty much garbage. Like he's got his quest log over here. He's got all these. Now I understand why he puts his nameplates here. He wants to be able to see them, but he's blocking too much of the screen. He's got He's got his main hand, and he's got his basically swing meter here, which, I mean, honestly, is he really using his weapon swing meter? I mean, he probably, maybe is. The only time you really need swing meter on a warrior, I'm assuming this is a warrior. Oh, it's actually a paladin. The only time you need, now paladin's actually more useful on a paladin than it is on a warrior, just simply because you could seal twist. But if you're not seal twisting, it's pretty much a waste of time. And then the only reason you'd really need it on a warrior is if you're hamstring kiting. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of time. So yeah, this UI is kind of pretty much garbage. And then you look at, like, this guy. This UI is not bad. I mean, this is, again, very simple. I'm not sure, since he's a mage, why would he need a swing timer unless this is the enemy swing timer? Again, why do you care? All these fucking buttons on his mini map. I mean, he's got way too many add-ons. That's just really hideous. But other than that, at least, again, I don't like having quest logs overlaying my my screen. Whatever. I'm not a big fan of fucking rested XP either. This UI, again, why does he? I don't know. I mean, the reason people pull their UI up like this is so they can see their cooldowns, and this is completely fine. I completely get it. I understand why you would do this. If you look at my retail when I play War Within, like for example, if you go here, and if you go here and you watch me playing my protection warrior here, I have icons that I put up here, and this is just to track certain abilities. So I completely get why somebody would want to do that. The difference here is in the War Within, I literally have like a shit ton of abilities, like a ton. So there's a lot more stuff to manage in retail WoW than there is in Classic. So when I go to Classic WoW, do I really need to see all of this stuff? Probably not. Most of the stuff you don't need. I mean, why do you need to see your target dummies? Who cares? I mean, if you need to use it, just use it. Whether it's off cooldown or not, really doesn't matter. Just fucking hit the keybind, because if you need to use it, you need to use it. You know, whether it's on cooldown or not, doesn't matter. You're going to try it anyway. He doesn't have these, I don't know, like, well, I don't know, whatever. Most of this stuff's not necessary. I get why people do it, but it's not necessary. This guy's weird. He keeps bouncing up and down in his chair, which I'm not sure if he's got a, where is it? I'm not sure if he has, see how he's bouncing up and down? I'm assuming he's got a chair that allows for the chair to go up and down, and that's just some sort of a nervous tick or like a habit that he has that he kind of bounces, which, you know, again, one of my brothers used to have some weird kind of tick habits like that, so I understand that. This guy's UI isn't too bad. See if I can rewind a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this UI here is pretty good. I mean, actually, honestly, this isn't bad. I wouldn't really want to put this here, but he is the healer, so he's trying to heal using Xpearl add-on here. And so as a healer, you want to, and most healers are going to be clicking the frame to heal. You can use something like, obviously, like, you know, the really common healing add-on, which I'm blanking on what the name of it is. He's using Sexy Map, but he's using the default skin, which is kind of crappy. But you know, but again, it's a good idea to have your plates close to where your mouse is if you're not using something like Healbot. You know, like, I'm not in a group right now. Let's see if I don't know if I got anybody who can get to a group. One thing I say though is if you're in a group, keep in mind that you can go up to the configuration up here on the top left side of the screen. You can detach that group and you can move it around and scale it. And if you're a healer, I would definitely do that. And I would scale it so that it's one row. So like if you're in a 5-man group, instead of having it vertical, I would make it horizontal. And I would layer it right here. I would put it right here on your screen. And that way when you're healing, all you have to really do is just kind of keep your mouse right where my mouse is here. And then when you're healing, you just have to move your mouse down like an inch to whoever you want to heal. And that way it's out of your way. It's not obstructing your view, but you can easily just go down, click, heal, click, heal, click, heal. You know, you can right click to move, click, heal, right click, heal, heal. Your mouse should only move this much. That's it. The biggest mistakes a lot of healers make, especially in hardcore WoW, because remember, people can die really easily. So you want to be, you don't want that to happen. You don't want people to, what is this? Good Steel Ledger. I don't know I don't remember this quest. You got to be able to heal quickly. So, you know, I've seen people leave the group window up to the top left corner, so they're literally moving their mouse all the way up here to click who they want to heal, which is, oh my god, that's horrible. Don't do that. That's really bad. This guy's just got like the default interface pretty much, which is fine. It's fine. The same, yeah, whatever. This guy, again, he's moved the raid window. He's detached the window for the raid, but I would definitely scale these down. I mean, he is the healer. So once again, he's clicking these windows to heal. You can see he's got the cursor right here. So you do want it to be pretty close. I would probably scale these. They don't need to be this big. I would scale these down quite a bit. And I would move your plate, his plate here. I would move this way down out of the way, like over here. And then I would scale this down and do a few more. I wouldn't make it so many rows this way. I would squish it up a little bit and maybe make it a little bit longer. And I would slide it down so it fits probably right about here. That way you're not moving your mouse all the way up to here. And that way it's not blocking so much of the screen. What is this? The unit. Yeah, this is a good way to do it if you're a healer. Is detach the party window and put it. You can put it here if you want, or like I said, make it horizontal. So this is good though, because see, most of his screen is not obstructed. So this is good. This is not bad. I would just scale your UI so that your buttons aren't so big, taking up so much of the screen. You know, go in and scale your UI down. There's no reason to have your UI this big, unless you have some sort of vision problems. This guy's using a widescreen monitor. Oh, this guy's actually using Bartender, and he's also using the same add-on I'm using. Mask. He's using Mask to skin the style of the buttons. He's made his window really big, and he's moved it way up here. I don't understand why you would do this. It's way too far up, and I don't know. It's pretty awful, to be honest. I don't get that. And you're blocking too much of the screen. Again, I've actually seen people die in hardcore because they have a bunch of shit down here, and they were fighting a mob. Like they'll say I was fighting this mob here, and then another mob, like their camera's zoomed out about like this, and they're like this, and they're fighting a mob, and some mob comes up behind them, like right here on the screen, and they don't see him because they have shit on their screen here that completely blocks this part of the screen. So they were literally getting hit in the back by a mob that was here that they couldn't even see because they had something on their screen there. So again, here this UI is not too bad. This is a Shadow Priest, I'm assuming. I don't know if he's a healer or... Oh no, this is actually a healer. So this is bad, actually. The reason this is bad is the same thing I talked about before. I wish we had more... Do you have more of a clip of this? No. We do, right? No? Yeah, see what he's doing? This is what I want to show you. So he's the healer. Do you see how his cursor was here when he was right-click? Most people hold their cursor here on the screen. It's just natural position for your cursor to be right around here. It's just natural. So when you're moving, you're right-clicking here. So if you're a healer, you want the frames to be close to your natural position of your cursor. So you can see here, his cursor was right around here, right around this 1003. And he has to move all the way over here to heal the mage. That's really bad. That's too much travel time. So you can see he's got his cursor way over here. And now he's moving his, that's just bad. That's just bad. And a bunch of other crap, whatever. What's up, Voss? How's it going, man? What is this quest? I don't remember this quest. Good Steel Ledger. Ledger from Tenaris. I don't know what that is. Is it like in here? It's not even an add-on. Although I have an add-on for third person that actually works quite well. This is not even an add-on. This is actually built into the classic client, right? So you just want to create a macro right here, /console action cam full /console action cam. Create a macro and put these 3 lines in the macro, and you're good to go. And then if you want to turn it back to normal, you can just say /console action cam default in another macro. But I never do that. I mean, honestly, the camera's offset. The camera's offset, so really it's like if you target yourself, it'll always go back to normal. So if you target yourself, it's not going to be offset. So I never really need to turn it off. It's like, why would I? Because if I just want it to be centered, I just click myself. But you're about to fall asleep, cool. But yeah, you can turn it off with the /console action cam default, like I said. Create your second macro to turn it off is just this. It's just /console action cam default. That's it. It'll turn it off. It doesn't really turn it off. It just sets it back to its normal state, because action cam is something that, you know, it exists in the game. Yeah, you can just Google it too if you want. Just Google WoW Classic Action Cam. Oh, don't reset. Bastard. Physio right before holidays tomorrow. Okay, I got it. You got some therapy. Hope that goes well. Tomorrow's my last day at work. Tomorrow's my last day at work, Vost, and then I'm off for 10 days. Actually, more than 10 days, I think. I'm off for... Well, I'd be off for, like, 14 days, sorry. Am I gonna get? Nah, it's got to be the green ones. Dude, I wish I could fix you because I could sure use 100K. I could sure use some money. Man, Bitcoin's taking a dive. Although I think it's gonna go back up before the end of the month. I think it'll go back up. What is this? Does anybody? Okay, let's look at this. Ledger from Tenaris. Let me take a look. Is this like? Oh, I need like. What is all this shit? Oh, this is like some. Oh, fucking abandon this shit. I don't have time. Honestly, I don't have time for that. For a quest that has me running all over the place grabbing shit. I ain't got time for that. That is not efficient. So we need these Cindesaurs. The symbol of Ragnaros, I'm not going to mess with that yet. I'm still a little bit low level to kill the leads. Yes, they are double flurry axes. And yes, it took me weeks of farming gold to get them. But I've gotten pretty proficient. I've gotten pretty efficient at farming. That's pretty much what I do. I pretty much... I don't do a lot of quests with leveling. I'm trying to do some now just to kind of speed up leveling, but... I was getting about 5 to 10 gold an hour just killing wolves or killing earth elementals, so it wasn't too bad. I talked one guy down in the first flurry axe. They started off on the server selling for about 300 gold, but of course nobody was buying because nobody had 300 gold. And then they went down to about 200 gold. When they went down to about 200 gold, actually they went down to 190 gold. And I was level, I don't know, I think I was like level 40. And I had about 100 gold, or I had about 150 gold at that point. Because I'm a melee hunter, so I don't have to train, you know, I don't train a lot of stuff because I'm a melee hunter. So you can see all these things that I haven't trained. Like, there's a shit ton of stuff I haven't trained, so I save a lot of gold there. And I talked the guy down to about 150 gold. He was trying to sell it for 190, and I said, I'll give you 150, which is pretty much all I had at the time. But yeah, and he accepted that, and so that's how I got the first one. And the second one, I just spent a lot of time grinding Earth Elementals for about, I don't know, like 4 days, I think, to get a couple hundred gold. And I bought the other one for, I think, 100 and... I think I got it for 170. No, I'm not. I don't think so. I disagree with that. I don't think repeatable quests should be in the game. I'm not a fan of repeatable quests. I don't know why you would want to repeat a quest anyway. No, not really. I mean, the people think that because Raptor Strike is really your primary weapon as a melee hunter, that obviously a slow weapon is going to give you bigger crits, which it does. But the problem with that is really the big damage increase. Like, the problem with that is, as a melee hunter, slow weapons, I mean, especially at lower levels, if you miss, you're not doing any damage. And then what's nice things about dual wielding, especially, is if you have Crusader on both weapons, keep in mind that Crusader can proc off either weapon, and it can actually double. It can actually stack. So you can actually have Crusader proc twice, which happens, not frequently, but it does happen. And when it stacks, obviously, you're plus 200 strength. And also, with two weapons, you can have Frost Oil on both, which is what I like to use, and Frost Oil is going to give you a little bit extra damage as well. And the other thing with flurry weapons, obviously, is because you're really fishing for Crusader procs, because that's really going to be your single biggest increase in damage as melee. It's basically going to be your Crusader proc, because it's so much. I mean, it's 100 attack power, right? Well, if you have one procs, if two procs, it's 200 attack power. And so flurry action, since you have a chance to proc an additional swing, every swing, even the additional swing, can proc Crusader. So your chances of proccing Crusader with flurries is much higher than with regular one-hands, and of course it's going to be infinitely higher than a two-hand weapon. I mean, think you swing a two-hand weapon that's like, attack speed 3.5, you've got one chance to proc Crusader every 3.5 seconds, where with flurry axes, you could have like 4 chances to proc Crusader within a span of like 1.5 seconds. So... And I've done the numbers. I've played around with really good two-hand weapons, and the flurry is easily outdamaged the two-hander. Easily, it's not even close. But yeah, you'll see a lot of people who try to play melee hunter run around with like slow one-hand weapon, and it. Now, later on down the road, I mean, flurries are only a level 42 weapon. That's the bad part. That's the downside about them, which is funny that they're so incredibly powerful. I think flurry axe is probably one of the most powerful items in the entire game. Yeah, so they're only level 42. So you will probably get outscaled for sure once you get like raid gear. But before raid gear, and you're just doing like pre-bis, I still think flurry is going to be your best. I've had like, I'm trying to think what's the best two-hand weapon I've ever used. I've had some of the pole arms and stuff from BRD and stuff like that, and I've tested them out, and those don't do as much damage. So once you get to like raids, and once you get to like a raid situation, you probably are going to get a two-hand weapon that will definitely probably out DPS Fury. But the other thing too is I play melee hunter for fun, not for topping the damage meter. Even though I do top the damage meter in dungeons quite a bit, to be honest, when I'm level 60. But it's more based around traps and using the right enchantments and just knowing how to play it. But what I was going to say is the one-hands are just so much more fun. It's so much more fun swinging and smacking people in the face really quickly than waiting a really, really long time for a slow ass two. I've never been a fan of two-hand weapons. I hate waiting like 3.5 seconds for fucking weapon to swing, and then if you miss, it's just the most painful feeling in the world. It's like wait, swing, miss. It's like motherfuck, and then you gotta wait another. You could go like 7 seconds before you actually land a blow. It's just like incredibly painful. All right, what am I doing? I'm kind of yakking. I'm not really playing the game. We need to figure out what we want to do here. I don't really want to go do the Ascendosaurs. Let me clear my inventory, and then I guess we can do the Ascendosaurs. What are you talking about? Rivendare makes you run fast. I don't know what Rivendare. I don't know what you're talking about.
What's on your mind?
I don't need any of this shit.
Watch your back.
I actually don't know. I played my hunter on Skull Rock, on hardcore on Skull Rock for about 4 or 5 months, or I think about 4 months. You know, I never died, and I never got into any raids because most people won't take a melee hunter as a raid. So I'm actually looking forward to this server because, and I did buy dual spec today, so I actually have dual spec already. See here. How do I switch? Oh, this is primary. So yeah, so I actually already have dual spec. So I'm really excited about this server because now I can actually create my marksman build for raiding, and then I can, in the gear I get from my marksman, hopefully I'll be able to acquire some gear that I can use for my melee build. So that's pretty cool. Because, you know, it was really difficult on Skull Rock because, you know, trying to respec is just so bloody expensive. You know, so trying to like spec marks every time I want to go do raids, and if I want to go back to melee hunter, it's just annoying. I can't remember if this is... I think this is the right place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the right place to sneak. There's a little background. Yeah, this is the back entrance to the Incendosaurus, so... Sweet. Yeah, I couldn't stand Season Discovery. I thought Season Discovery was kind of garbage, so played it for a while, but it was crap. Terrible class balancing. The PvP event was totally borked. It was totally fucked up. Yeah, I hated Season Discovery. Well, I don't really understand the whole point of Season Discovery, because Season Discovery was like basically them looking at Ascension WoW. Basically, Season Discovery was them looking at Ascension WoW and like trying, you know, stealing some of the stuff from Ascension and basically fucking up characters. They fucked up builds. They tried to create. They even looked at stuff from Turtle WoW and they just tried to incorporate like what they thought might be good. It was just like this bastardized attempt to recreate some shit. It was just a hodgepodge of garbage. It was pretty awful, to be honest. It was really bad, actually. I mean, nothing about SOD, in my opinion, was very good. I think the only reason it even had any kind of moderate success is because it was just something different. You know, just something different. And the problem, my problem with it is if their excuse for Season of Discovery was to trying to test stuff out for a possible Classic Plus, then they're going it all about wrong. They're completely approaching it incorrectly. Because Classic Plus shouldn't be like a completely different game, right? That's not the point. If you talk to any like really old school people like me who've played WoW since 2004, and you talk about Classic Plus is basically saying, here we have Vanilla WoW, where you level to 60. We want to extend the game from that, but not create like a whole new expansion. Basically just add content to the world. Turtle WoW was the closest one to doing kind of like a Classic Plus thing, because Turtle WoW said, we already have zones in the game that aren't being utilized. Like if you go to Tearsfall Glades, there's this whole area over here. So in Turtle WoW, they said, hey, let's make this accessible and let's create a whole new cool zone here with quests and things to do. And that's what they did. That's Classic Plus. You know what I mean? You know, just add content because the goal is to make the game feel like Vanilla WoW, because Vanilla WoW is the best version of WoW in my opinion, my personal opinion. And so you don't want to change that. You don't want to change it so much that it's not Vanilla WoW. Classic Plus should be Classic WoW, but you're just adding some content to it. Now, you might want to add a few things to it. I mean, I would love to see them add a lot more profession-based stuff, like make the professions way better, maybe add a few new professions. But I don't want to see too many like drastic changes other than fixing things that are obviously problems, things that should have been fixed a long time ago, like how a paladin doesn't have a taunt, or how certain talents, like if I want to get, for example, maybe sure-footed here as a let's say I want to get this hit rating on my hunter, but I also want to go down and get, let's say, you know, intimidation for my pet. Well, that's impossible. It's almost impossible. I mean, I can do it, but that means I have to go really deep into this tree, and I have to go pretty deep into this tree. Other things like, what's another good example? I mean, putting stuff like, maybe for example, like Scatter Shot, you know, in the 5th row. A lot of the stuff in the trees are pretty deep for some of the core abilities. There's definitely ways in Classic Plus where I think you could rework the trees so that you don't have to go so deep. And I would also, one of the things that I would like to see is I would like to see the talents, like in Classic, in Vanilla WoW, you only have, what, 50 talents? Or what is it, 40, 20? God, I can't think. Let's see, how many have I got here? 19, 22, 30, was that 41? Plus we're going to get another, like 10. So you only get like 51 talents, right? I would love to see them add like 5 more or 6 more talent points available. So instead of having like 51, maybe you have like 57. I think getting a few extra talent points would really give you a little bit more freedom to kind of play around with some hybrid builds. But whatever, just a thought. All people want is more. Yeah, yeah, Vols is right. We need to add more content to vanilla. We don't want to change vanilla. That's the difference. SOD is a complete change from vanilla WoW. It's not vanilla WoW anymore. It's completely different. So that's not what Classic Plus should be. Classic Plus should be vanilla WoW, but we're just expanding upon the stories and the lore and the content without really. And I wouldn't even change the level range. Like it still would be one. In my opinion, it should still be 1 to 60 initially. Now you could change it at some point, but the first release of Classic Plus, I don't think the level should change at all. It should just be 1 to 60, and you're just adding some new content. But you don't want the 10 specs that aren't viable to actually be viable? Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. That's what I said that. I said fix the things that are obviously broken. But I mean, honestly, there are no specs in Vanilla WoW. Like in Vanilla WoW, like what specs that people say are not viable? That's not true. Every spec in Vanilla WoW is viable. Every spec's viable. The reason people are saying it's not viable because it's not the optimal spec. It's the min-maxers, right? All the people that are the bullshit min-maxers. Like how, like if I tried, like for example, like a Protection Paladin. Like Protection Paladin is I would say that you're probably right. I would say that it probably isn't viable in raids. So yeah, I would definitely fix that. But there's a lot of specs, like they say something like, for like example, like a Feral Druid. They say, oh, Feral Druid's not that good. That's not true. Feral Druid's really good. Like, Feral Druid's totally viable. And what's another spec that they say isn't really viable? Like Retribution Paladin. They say, well, Retribution Paladin's not really viable. That's not true. It is viable. It's just not as good as people want it to be. You know what I mean? You can raid as a Retribution Paladin. It's just not going to be optimal. That's the difference. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's not optimal, but doesn't mean it's not viable. I think saying things aren't viable is a little bit of a misnomer. I think it's like, to me it's like, well, what you're really saying is it's not optimal. You can completely clear raids with a rep paladin in your group. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not like, so it's just not the preferred. I mean, there were people that cleared. There were people that did like Molten Core with, I think, all mages. Like they just had a couple healers and all mages. You know, so. But yes, I think Classic Plus should address those issues for sure. I 100% definitely. Skyscrapers, I totally agree with you. I think Classic Plus should definitely address issues that are in Vanilla WoW, that are in, you know, I think that Ret should be buffed. I think that Feral should be buffed a little bit. I think Paladins should get some changes to make them viable as tanks. I think, you know, I think all that stuff should be addressed in Classic Plus. I totally think that should be addressed. I think we should try to, you know, make those classes a little bit more appealing. You should be able to tank Molten Core as a protection paladin. There's no reason why not. And I don't have a problem with even adding some new abilities to the game. Just, you know, ones that are like, that make a lot of sense. You know, like Paladins get an ability in the Burning Crusade, which when you heal the Paladin, they gain some mana, right? And it was just a way to try to fix one of the glaring problems with Paladins, which is basically they just always run out of mana. You know, and the problem with people are really impatient in World of Warcraft or in MMOs in general. They don't want to wait in between pulls for the Paladin to sit down and drink. You know, it's awful trying to tank as a Paladin when you've got a group of what I like to call the go people, or they're just like, go, pull the whole dungeon at once, you know, and they don't like having to wait for you to drink. And so if you know, I would definitely, you know, address that, give Paladins a lot better mana regeneration. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not really opposed to adding certain abilities. I mean, I think Paladin, I wouldn't, keep in mind Crusader Strike or Holy Strike was in vanilla. Like the original Paladins were never finished, right? If you play Turtle WoW, if you go play Turtle WoW, there's Holy Strike, and I think there might be like Crusader, I can't remember, but there's definitely Holy Strike. If you look at vanilla WoW's code, the abilities are there. Like they actually have Holy Strike or Crusader Strike, one of them, in the vanilla code from the original game. They just, for whatever reason, didn't come out with the release of vanilla. I don't know why. Paladins clearly need another DPS ability in their rotation, hands down. You know, so if I did Classic Plus, I would 100% give Paladins another, you know, ability. You know what I mean? I haven't looked at their new class series. I did see that Project Epic released their talent calculator, but I wasn't very impressed, to be honest. Like, if we go, where's Project Epic? Yeah, where is it? So Project Epic released their talent calculator, and all they really did was they moved a lot of stuff further up. Like if you look, for example, you look at like the Hunter, and you look at Survival, Savage Strikes is on literally like the first tier. Oh, I mean, this post was from yesterday, so they're still working on Project Epic, but this post was from yesterday. But when I look at the tree, I mean, I'm seeing stuff like Thrill of the Hunt. Obviously, this is from either TBC or Wrath. I can't remember which one. Exposed Weakness, I think. Survival Instincts. You know, like if you look at Survival, we don't have Survival Instincts. We don't have Resourcefulness. These are talents that come from later versions of WoW. And keep in mind that the Project Epic is the Wrath of Lich King client, so you know they have this stuff in the code base. So they've just basically moved some stuff around, and you know it's vanilla WoW. I mean, it's a level. Although they are saying that you have 61 talent points, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that's what they're going to do, though. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with Project Epic, but Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing. But yeah, for sure. Like paladins were definitely an incomplete class. And what was really weird is that some of those abilities that were there in the client, they just weren't enabled. So I never really understood why that was the case. And all Turtle WoW did was they went down into the code and they enabled some of those paladin abilities. I don't know if they had to tweak them or fix anything that was wrong with them, but they did enable them. And if you go play a paladin on Turtle WoW, it's a completely different experience. Paladins on Turtle WoW are very strong, you know, because of the fact that you have like Holy Strike and Judgment, and I can't remember if you have Crusader Strike on Turtle WoW or not. Let's see if we can find the talent tree. We have it. We have to have a talent calculator, don't we? Hey Darcy, what's up? Actually, no, let's go to Paladin. Okay, so we don't have any abilities from talents that I can see. Bulwark of the Righteous. Wow, Bulwark of the Righteous. I don't remember that one. Normally this would be what? Holy Shield, right? Yeah, normally this would be Holy Shield. So that's pretty cool. Here, Crusader Strike. So you have Crusader Strike and Holy Strike. So in Turtle WoW, you have Crusader Strike and Holy Strike. So Paladins in Turtle WoW feel really good. They actually feel great. And I would like, I mean, I don't, you say that you wouldn't want to see Crusader Strike in. I mean, I don't think we want Crusader Strike. I don't know. I would have no problem with Crusader Strike being added in a Classic Plus. I think Crusader Strike's fine. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. But there are other ways to help the Paladin regenerate mana, but Paladins clearly need more, you know, more abilities than they have now. So, yeah, you've got Crusader Strike in Turtle WoW, but no, I don't know if it is or not. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I have to play it. I have to see what it is. You know, I have to see their talents. I have to see the abilities, and I have to get on the Paladin and play it. But I've played Paladin. There aren't too many people that played Vanilla Paladin more than I have. I mean, I'm sure there are tons, but if you go to my YouTube channel and do a search for Protection Paladin, right? Just to give you an idea, right? You go to my YouTube channel, do a search for Protection Paladin, just start scrolling. Because you're going to be scrolling a long time. I have played Protection Paladin a shit ton in Vanilla WoW and Classic WoW. Going back for the past 4 or 5 years. Right? In fact, there's a whole there's a whole playlist. There's a whole list of me leveling from 1 to 60 on a private server. Let's see. Right here. And this video was from 6 years ago. So here, I had a level 30 Paladin, but here was the beginning of this leveling series 1 to 60. And I started that one 6 years ago, and I completed it. Went all the way to 60. But I've done thousands and thousands of hours on Vanilla Protection Paladin. So I have a very good understanding of the class. And certainly, it's missing some additional abilities. You know, at early levels, you're just kind of auto-attacking a lot, so. Bring back the Reckoning Bug? You mean the sit one? Darcy, you talking about the sit to proc rec? Are you just talking about the sit? The slash sit? I don't want to bring that back. I think that's... Yeah, no, I mean, it worked on private servers. No, I don't... I don't agree with that. I don't think bugs should ever be in the game, and I think janky. That's just a janky mechanic that I don't think should be in the game. So I disagree with that. I don't like janky bullshit crap. I don't like how Feral Drew is like front shredding, you know, wreck bombing people because of, you know, crap that really isn't the way the game was meant to be played. I'm not really a fan of any of that stuff. Yeah, I don't have a problem with a Paladin auto attack. In fact, Vanilla Paladin, Protection Paladin is probably my favorite class in the game. It's probably my favorite class in the game. I mean, I love. There's nothing more fun than having like a, you know, Skull Flame shield and a Flurry Axe with, you know, where I could just go in and pull like 20 mobs and just AoE them down, man. It's awesome. White Knights with white yeah. Yeah, actually what you need to do, and what I would do, to be honest, and, you know, Skyscrapers, you probably haven't been on my YouTube channel. Maybe, I don't know how long you've been watching me on YouTube, but what I would do is, and because I'm a huge fan of Sword and Board, I love Sword and Board. I love, like, the idea of a Paladin. You know, I'm a big fan of the kind of the Dungeons and Dragons style, you know, Paladin, right? But what I would love to see them do is, let's see, Leon. Do I have, what was Elion? Like, Elion has a really, like, I'm a big fan of using having shields and having shields that have abilities that you can use with your shield that are really impactful and, you know, really good. And if you watch this video of me playing a Warlord in Elion has the coolest shield abilities. Like, they're so badass. And I would love to see the Paladin get more abilities with the shield. So let's just take a look here.
Desert kind of enhancement.
I'm going to mute it because I don't want to hear myself talk. Let's see. Like right now, I'm just smacking some mobs in the face with my big hammer here. Got my little glider. Okay, we're just probably gonna do a spin, a little side dodge. I love the dodge. I love the. Okay, we got our ability to pull mobs together. I'm gonna pull them together again, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not sure what I'm doing. We got the spin to win ability, but we don't really see it here. I was hoping to get to a spot where I'm actually using the shield, but I'm not seeing her use the ability, so I'm just gonna have to tell you what they are. Ooh, yeah, this was a cool thing, and I loved in Elion how, like, if you know how to use certain abilities in certain chains, you know, it's gonna make the animations go faster. Actually, there's this ability where I jump up in the air and slam my hammer in the ground. Not this one. This one's a stun ability though. This one's a targeting ability that goes. I know. Hey, what's up, Naz? Yeah, this paladin is awesome. This is an ability here where I slam my mace into the ground and it does a frontal attack that goes a distance. So any mob in like 8 yards in front of me are gonna get knocked up. And then I followed it up with this beautiful hammer strike from the sky. Awesome, great, very impactful. Now this ability here, where I'm jumping up and down and slamming my hammer into the ground, is building up a buff on my character. As you can see it here, it's hard to see because this isn't the best stream quality, but there's a little buff here, and every time I do this, it's stacking, and when it stacks to a certain amount, then it increases my haste. So I'm going to stack up this buff, and then I'm going to group up. So I'll group up all these mobs together. I'll do this hammer strike into the ground. I'll stack up the buff, and then I'll do like a spinning ability, like a spin to win, and it'll spin super fast because of my haste. So you can see here I'm stacking, I'm building, there it is. There you see the spin, And notice how fast I'm spinning. It's insane. So here, we'll watch it. Knock him up in the air. One. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each one of those 5 strikes are stacking my buff. And then I'm going into the massive super speed spin. And that spin does a shit ton of damage, right? Yeah.
Ooh, I'm a badass.
Yeah. And so Elion, the combat system in Elion was really fun and really good. And of course, it doesn't really translate to something like World of Warcraft. The way WoW is set up wouldn't really work for that. But what was really cool about Elion is the shield abilities you have. So I don't know if you can see it on my bottom of my screen here, but there's shield charge, right? So you have a shield charge where you can charge forward and slam enemies with your shield. You have a 360 shield spin. So your character will spin 360 degrees, and at the end of the spin, she'll thrust her shield forward, and it will knock people down. So if there's a mob in front of you and you execute that ability, it's going to flatten them. Okay? Then you have another ability where it's like a shield strike 3 times in a row, where you like smack them like 3 times in a row with your shield. You just basically hit them and then hit them again, and then the last strike I think does a little bit more damage. And then you have another ability where you just slam your shield into the ground and you can generate a protective barrier around you in like a radius. So if your group is standing within that radius, you're also protecting your group as well. So I mean, there's literally like 5, 6, 7 different shield abilities in Elion. And I'm a huge fan of that because most MMOs just do not have enough abilities with shields. And shields are so much fun. I mean, who doesn't like slamming somebody in the face with their shield? That's just fucking awesome. Another game that does a good job with the shield is I'm trying to remember the name of it. Arcane. Arcane also has a little bit more, not as much as Elion, but it does have more abilities with the warrior. The warrior in Arcane has some pretty cool shield abilities, but it's not as good as Elion. Elion takes the cake.
I will say that this is
like Elion is the cream of the crop when it comes to slamming people with a shield, right? And I in this particular video, I'm not doing it as much because I'm focusing more on AoEing mobs down. So let me see if I'm sure I've got other ones. Let's see, save around closed beta. This is, I think, the private server, I believe, I'm not sure, I can't remember. There's actually an Elion. If you guys ever want to play Elion, there's actually an Elion private server. I think it's still up. I wanted to get the code so I could run my own, but the guys wouldn't give it to me. I think they said they'd give me the code so I could run my own Elion server, but I'd have to give them like $5,000 or something. And I didn't want to pay $5,000. I didn't want to pay $5,000. But anyways, yeah. We'll see if we see some shield abilities here. Oh, this is not. Yeah, okay. She's not using a Warhammer? Interesting. I wonder if this isn't the warlord. I think this is a different class. Anyway, yeah, super. Not just watching this video makes me want to go play fucking Elion again. Oh man. Let me see if the server's still up, the private server. I could set it up on my new computer. Let me just real quick. So the private server for Elion is called iElion. It's right here. And let's see if the server's still. Okay, yeah, we still have. It looks like it's still up. Hey, Shadow. Is this private server still running? Running. I want to set it up on my new PC. Thanks. Anyway, so it looks like it's still going, which is great. So if you go start playing, all instructions on how to start the game are here. Oops, let me close that. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the link here. So if you guys ever want to try out this iAleon private server, if you man, it's super, it's not going to be a ton of people on the server, but yeah, but definitely if you've never played Aeleon, definitely check it out. It's pretty cool. I mean, just for the combat, just the combat alone is so fucking fun. So, but the shield abilities in there are just amazing. And now you guys, I've got a paladin here, so we are going to level my paladin at some point. Maybe I've got like 10 days coming off or 12 days coming off here, starting this Saturday. So maybe we'll start leveling the paladin this next week. We could do that too. Actually, we should do that because what we'll do is we can level the paladin, let the hunter build up some rest time, because leveling 50 to 60 if you're doing it on rest time is twice as fast. You know what I mean? We can actually just grind mobs, and like if I level the paladin for a couple days and then you get back on the hunter, and I can literally like grind through a level pretty quick just killing mobs, burning through that rest time. So. You've played WoW retail for like, why was that talking to me? Actually, wait, I completely get that. That is not even unusual. You know what, Darcy? That's not even unusual, honestly. Yeah, have a good night, skyscrapers, man. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. The thing with the paladin, though, like the protection paladin, is I've leveled protection paladins a ton, like in vanilla, like a lot, like probably more than any class. And the first I don't want to say it's boring, but the first 20 or 30 levels can be pretty boring. But it's really gear dependent. It's really gear dependent too. I mean, if you have a really good shield, you can AOE even at level 20. You can AOE level to some degree as long as you have a decent amount of stamina. I mean, stamina and intellect. Just you don't even care about strength or anything. I mean, you're killing people mostly with magic damage. It's going to be consecrate, judgments, whatever. So. What guild did I leave? Well, I don't even remember what guild I was in. I just felt like. Oh, hey, what's up, Chase? How's it going? How you doing? No, the dead zone's still there. You talking about in this in classic WoW? The dead zone, they'll never remove the dead zone in vanilla because it's kind of part of the playstyle. I mean, I mean, the dead zone's a lot smaller, I think, in TBC than it is in vanilla, but recently heard that the original dev is intended for the hunter to be more Aragorn than Legolas. Your melee build is closer to what many devs had in mind. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, my favorite like hunter gameplay is kind of like, have you ever played like Ion? Have you ever played Ion? Early on in Ion, you have like this kind of class path where you start off as like a scout, I think, if I remember correctly, and then you can go to like a range. I can't remember if it's scout to range or scout. I can't remember, but you basically have these abilities where you do a lot of damage. In fact, you have like even like a stealth where you can kind of come out of stealth with like a backstab, but you have the ability to like weave your arrows in with your melee. So you basically can jump in, smack the mob with some melee abilities, and then move away and shoot arrows, and then kind of go back and forth where you're like in close doing damage, and then moving at range and doing damage. That's always my favorite style of gameplay with the hunter. With the hunter, ranger, archer, whatever you want to call that type of class, right? A character with a bow, I guess. A ranged, but my favorite playstyle is one that is in and out. For lack of a better word, I like the in and out gameplay. That's why I consider the Battle for Azeroth survival hunter to be one of the best versions of hunter in World of Warcraft, because hold on a second. That's understandable. We are slowly moving up in level, but I also kind of like the iffiness of having raiders who haven't done it much. Okay, cool. Thanks for activity. Yeah, that would be cool too, Darcy. But I think a bow smash is a great idea, like being in close and hitting him in the face with your bow. But I mean, honestly, you're gonna have like daggers or swords or axes as well. But the reason I like the Battle for Azeroth Hunter is because that's when you have the harpoon and you have the disengage, which throws you backwards. So you basically can harpoon the mob, pull yourself to the mob, slam them with the Raptor Strike, hit them in the face. And you can do some damage up close. Then you can disengage and move back, and you can also wing clip them in close and disengage. So it's going to be harder for them to get to you. And so I really like the Battle for Azeroth. And also, if you guys ever played Shadowlands, the Survival Hunter in Shadowlands, the beginning of Shadowlands, because you know how World of Warcraft likes to fuck everything up by constantly changing things within the same expansion. Like one class that's really good at the beginning expansion could be total garbage at the expansion, which not a fan of that, to be honest. But yeah, I think the Shadowlands Survival Hunter is fantastic. It's actually super fun. And the Battle for Azeroth as well. Those two versions of the Survival Hunter in WoW are actually the closest to kind of what I like, because it's cool because like in Shadowlands, you don't even need a ranged weapon. You can just have like a staff and like a staff and like a... Well, it's kind of crappy because at some point in time, I think it was Cataclysm, maybe? Was it Cataclysm? Where they took away the ability for a hunter to have... like weapons, like if you look at my character, I can have 2 weapons and a bow. Like at some point in WoW, they changed that to where you can't, like if you have like a ranged weapon, or that you can't have like other weapons or something. You know what I mean? Like you can only have like, how is it? Was you can only have 1 weapon? I'm trying to remember how it works. God, I believe I can't. I'm blanking on this. I think it was. You only have 1 weapon, I think. Yeah, rogues have bows, warriors have bows. But anyways, at one point they changed it so you couldn't have a weapon in both hands. I think what it was is you could have 1 weapon and 1 ranged weapon. You'd have 1 slot for your weapons and 1 slot for your ranged weapon. So, but in vanilla you could have 2 weapons. Right? At some point they changed it so you'd have like a sword and a bow or something, or a 2-hand sword and a bow. But you couldn't have like 2 1-hand weapons and a bow anymore, which I think is really stupid. But you should always be able to, as a hunter, you're a hunter. I mean, you're a hunter. You hunt things. You should be able to use weapons. You should be able to use daggers and bows and traps and axes, and that just kind of goes with the whole, you know, thing. The whole lore of the hunter. I don't know. But anyways, what I was trying to say was in Shadowlands, you could equip a ranged weapon if you wanted. You could even weapon swap. Because in Shadowlands, like to use, for example, to use like Arcane Shot, you have to have a weapon, a ranged weapon equipped. But if you didn't have a ranged weapon equipped, then what you would use is you would use your poison dart, and you would use your Raptor Strike and your Mongoose Bite. And then you also had like your explosive bomb or whatever it's called, right? But if you really wanted to, and I actually did this a little bit, it was kind of fun, but it was also kind of clunky, is you could, especially if you, like, for example, let's say you're in a battleground and you're really low on health and you've got the enemy wing clipped, but you don't, like, everything's on cooldown. Like your poison darts on cooldown, your explosive bombs, whatever they're called, are on cooldown. You could weapon swap to a bow and shoot the person with an arcane shot. And it might be enough to kill them, you know? Whereas if you had to wait for your abilities to come off cooldown, maybe for another 2 seconds or 3 seconds, then you might get killed. Maybe they were a warrior and their charge comes up or something. So that was kind of interesting. But, and if you think about games like Guild Wars 2, or you think about games like, you know, Amazon's New World, where your abilities change based on weapon swapping, those are, I think, interesting too. So how do you come up with a combat system that is really good and can work? And what I've always wanted WoW to do was to basically just create a new World of Warcraft. Like create a new MMO. And then that way you could change the combat system and make it a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more action-based without really corrupting the essence of what the original game was. I think anytime you do anything based off of the original game as like an expansion or some sort of weird bastardized thing like Season Discovery, I don't think you can't really change the, you can't go to like an action-based combat system with, you know, iframe dodge rolls and shit, because you know, the game wasn't built for that. Yeah, it could have been Darcy. Oh, did Wands? I didn't even remember that. Did Wands become obsolete? Yeah. Yeah, this guild's got quite a few people that are... That's a lot of people that have not logged in a day. So I would say this guild's... They need to do a better job of cleaning out people who haven't logged in. Maybe they're just alts. Okay. So, in this entire guild of 521 people, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that are higher level than me. So, that's why I was in this guild. That's one of the reasons I left this guild, is I just felt like there wasn't enough high level people. But they are starting to get some people leveled up. So, and it was actually Guppy who just messaged me now and said, why did you leave the guild? And I said, well, I was just looking for the guild that had a little bit more high levels. But yeah. Well, we'll give the Stonehearth Legion another go. Yeah, Evokers. Talk about a clunky class. Boom, 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 boom. I'm sure I completed this quest. I'm just killing for XP at this point. And this is giving me a chance to just yak on stream while I'm still able to just kind of run around. And I will say that I like the Guild Tabard. The Stonehearth Legion, the Guild Tabard kind of matches my character you know, my blue hair actually looks pretty good. Anyways. But yeah, I think we'll do a little bit of paladin leveling over the next, you know. In fact, I probably should look at the auction house and start buying. I always, whenever I'm leveling a character on any server, in vanilla, I'm always looking at the auction house, and I always see stuff that I want for my protection paladin build, and even though I'm not playing a paladin, I always am tempted to buy it. Like, I'll see like an Uther's, you know, Uther's strength trinket, I'm like, oh, 20 gold. I mean, that's a pretty good price. I should buy that for my paladin. I think the cheapest Uther's Light trinket I've seen so far, the cheapest has been around 28 gold. Which is pretty inexpensive, really. I mean, for a paladin, it's kind of like it's pretty much a must, in my opinion, if you're going to do the AoE leveling build I like to use. Ah, now you guys are making me want to play my paladin. Son of a biscuit. Well, at least I've got a high-level alchemist. I can help my paladin out with potions. I mean, I'm currently 252 alchemy. My pet ding, so I might have enough points. I still have 0 training points? Shit. Lethal Jake. Oh, is this am I talking to Blazing Beard? Is this Mr. Blazing Beard, Lethal? I'm sure it is, since she said blazing. You can't wait till you get to Searing Gorge. Yeah, Searing Gorge I like Searing Gorge. It's a good zone. I'm just kind of, I've already completed this quest, killing these guys. I'm just grinding them for some XP right now. No, see, STV Arena. Not in hardcore, it isn't. Unless you want to die. Yeah, the one thing about Vanilla WoW is, like, I mean, as a melee hunter, your PvP is you're gonna suck at PvP, to be honest. Unless you're like, I mean, if you got the jump on like a rogue or a warrior, if you got the jump on them, you could probably take them out. I mean, against a rogue, it'd be very difficult. You probably couldn't kill a rogue, and they're just gonna vanish and blind you, and then at that point, you're kind of screwed, to be honest. Yeah, and I've had that happen, and I have had that happen on private servers though, more often on private servers. Probably because a lot of the software they run works on the private servers better than it does on classic. Although WoW is pretty much banned. You can't use dual boxing software. You can't use software that allows you to control 5 players at once. That's illegal. That's actually against the terms of service now. Thank you for the sub, Jake. Thank you, sir. Let's get some food. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, what are we gonna do though? Like, I do want to level the paladin. We're gonna start leveling the paladin pretty soon because I just, I can't play classic very long without. without getting my protection paladin going. So, and I have the next, tomorrow's my last day at work for like the next 15 days. So we're gonna have plenty of time to play WoW. All right, let's go ahead. We've done enough of this. Do we run a run out? I guess we can run out. We still have 42 minutes on my potions, so maybe I should. Maybe. Thanks, Jake. You're what? You're like level. Let's see. Oh, I don't see you logged in. Oh, no, there you are. You're level 42. 42. Getting up there. I'll see you, Darcy. Thanks for stopping by, man. Oh, the Nat Pagel. You finished your fishing quest? Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I need to. It's not like... Fishing to me isn't as... It is good for getting the nightfin soup and for getting my winter squid. It's going to be a little bit easier. So yeah, I do need to do it. I've just been putting it off because it's such a pain. Actually, it's not that big a pain, I guess. It's just a lot of running around. I've been 225 fishing for forever. Thanks for stopping by, though, Darcy. Have a good one. I think he left already. It's not a bad place to grind XP. I mean, just because you do get the Incenisaur scales, which are part of repeat turning quest for reputation. Be a lot better if I was a Skinner. Maybe we'll make my Paladin... You know what I'll do is I'll make my Paladin a Skinner and an Herbalist. And I won't even bother like leveling any professions on the Paladin because... At least not initially. All right, that's enough. I'm tired of killing these guys. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a software developer. I'm not really a software engineer, but I've been a developer since, I've been writing code for 20 plus years. So, I'm basically, my job title is software developer 3. So I'm basically like right below what would be a senior developer, but I'm pretty much a senior developer. But yeah, my company shuts down. They do like a shutdown.
What's on your
You got
mind?
my attention.
They give me mistletoe 3-2 and fresh holly. We don't need the fresh holly. My company shuts down at the end of December, so for 2 weeks, which is great. So at the end of the year, I always get
Need help?
like a nice 2 weeks off. I work for a global manufacturing company, probably one of the biggest global manufacturing companies in the world, actually.
Farewell.
All right, let us go to Storm or to
Well met.
Iron Forge. We'll turn this quest in,
Safe
and then we'll
travel.
go to Rethron Village. Turn that quest in. Yeah, I mean, I've been leveling. I like knock out like maybe a level a day or almost a level a day, just kind of chilling. But yeah, tomorrow's my last day, and then I'm off for like 14 days. So, and I think what I'm gonna do, Jake, is because I've been wanting to do my protection paladin. So I think I'm gonna start leveling my protection paladin, and that way we can build up rest time on the hunter, because it's really easy to knock out like the last like 5 or 6 levels if you're like doing some of it on rest time. It makes it really easy. Especially me, because I like to grind mobs. I hate doing quests because I played WoW since 2004. I played WoW ever since the game came out, so I get tired of doing the quests because I've done them so many times. So a lot of times I just enjoy, killing. Yeah, the stream is always going to be a little bit. You're going to be a little bit. Oh, you were just 2 minutes behind the live? Oh, okay. There's a delay of like, I don't know what the delay is, but actually we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, we're actually we're getting there. Am I still? Let's see if we can get a ZF run going. Maybe someone in the guild wants to run ZF. We got enough. Do we have enough? Oh, nah. Let's spice up.
What's on your mind? Safe travels. Off with you.
Come on, Chet. You called me out upon the water, the great unknown. My feet may fail, and there I found you in the mystery, in oceans deep. My faith will stand.
Well met. Be good.
Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail and fear surrounds me, you've never failed, and you won't start now. So I will call upon your name, keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. For I am yours.
How are you? Be good. Off with you. Talk to me.
11 years old. Third row pew, John 3:16. Something changed in me. Red letters coming off the page, flooding my heart with amazing grace. I knew then, I believed, and those roots run deep. Oh, I've been through some faith-shaking hard times, yeah, but nothing's gonna make me forget. Every one of those Sunday sermons, every time that crowd would sing, I could hear my Savior calling, telling me how much He loves me. No matter what the world throws at me, I know His word is true. It all started with heart stirring, spirit moving Sunday sermons. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Gonna have my worries, well that's part of life. But then I think of those stories about what my God can do. He's still moving like He did back then. Born again people, can I get an amen? We've all seen the proof. He makes all things new. Even all those faith-shaking hard times, yeah, I never wanna stop remembering. Every one of those Sunday sermons, every time that crowd would sing, I could hear my Savior calling, telling me how much He loves me. No matter what the world throws at me, I know His word is true. It all started with heart stirring, spirit moving Sunday sermons. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me, ain't no doubt, so I'm gonna keep on talking about. Oh yeah, every one of those Sunday sermons, every time that crowd would sing, I could hear my Savior calling, telling me how much He loves me. No matter what the world throws at me, I know I'll make it through. All because of those heart stirring, spirit moving Sunday sermons. Take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. Devil gonna try and take me out of that church, but you can't take the church out of me. You were the Word at the beginning, one with God, the Lord Most High. Your hidden glory in creation, and now revealed in You are Christ. What a beautiful name it is. What a beautiful name.
So many people hitting 60, man. I've seen so many people in the last couple days hit 60. Shows you how busy the server is. Look, there's 3 people just right there that hit 60. We're taking too long. We're missing out, FOMO. The FOMO's real.
Didn't want heaven without. So Jesus, You brought heaven down.
I tell you what, it's just like, what the hell, man?
It was great in Your love.
The FOMO.
What could separate
dear
us
madness.
now? What a wonderful name it is.
Where am I gonna go now?
Wonderful name it is. The name
Let's go to.
of Jesus.
Let's go kill some skeletons.
What a wonderful
I think we're gonna go grind out some skeletons just to level 51.
nothing compares to this.
Ishnuala,
Wonderful name it is.
farewell.
The name of Jesus. What a wonderful name it is.
Actually, I should hit the bank, but to get some more potions. We don't even have... Ah, shit. Oh, well.
I'll be your dream, I'll be your wish, I'll be your fantasy. I'll be your hope, I'll be your love, be everything that you need. I love you more with every breath you deeply, deeply do. I will be strong, I will be faithful, 'cause I'm counting on a new beginning, a reason for living, a deeper meaning, yeah. But I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea. I wanna lay like this forever
Ah!
until the sky falls down over me. And when the stars are shining brightly in the velvet sky, I'll make a wish, send it to heaven, then make you want to cry. The tears of joy for all the pleasure and the certainty that we're surrounded by the comfort and protection of the highest powers. In lonely hours, the tears devour you. And I wanna stand with you on a mountain. I wanna bathe with you in the sea. I wanna lay like this forever until the sky falls down on me. Oh, can you see it, baby? Don't
Hmm.
when your day is long and the night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life, hang on. Don't let yourself go. 'Cause everybody cries. Everybody hurts sometimes. Sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along. When your day is night, hold on. Hold on. You feel like letting go. If you think you've had too much of this life, well, hang on.
Hello. Be careful.
Everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Don't throw your hand. Feel like you're alone. No, 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 you're not alone. If you're on your own, don't slide. Your days and nights are long. When you think you've had too much, hit the slide to hang on. Well, everybody hurts, but sometimes everybody cries. Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts sometimes. So hold on, hold on, hold
My good friend, the Renaissance.
Tell me it's a bad thing. Being
What can I do for you? See you around. Have a good one.
you'll be everlasting. Your small manipulations, palest invitations, test the limitations of my grip.
Sure they're immune? No, they're not immune. Good. Good. Didn't really want two of them. Oh, we'll see how well my pet can tank. Not efficient leveling. It takes too much mana to kill these guys. So we'll head out of here. We need lower level mobs. How many more of these? I still need. Let's finish the quest though. We just need 3 more of these guys. Hmm. Yeah, I'm too low level to be running through here. I would just like aggroed like everybody.
Can I help you? For the Alliance. Be careful.
Can I help you? Farewell. Be careful.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now.
It's funny how like in World of Warcraft, every time you get to like a 0 level, 20, 30, 40, 50, it's always like a quest drought. There's always like right around that 0 level. It just always feels like you're kind of in between like quest hubs. You know, you'll have like this like drought. You're like, well, there's a shit ton of quests at 52. Or there's a shit ton of quests at actually 40 is not too bad. Like 40, well, 40 is not really good either, to be honest. 30's pretty awful. You have a few quests at the beginning of STV, but after that, it dries up really fast. Yeah, I would say pretty much 30, 40, 50 are always really shitty levels for quests. The good thing about once you get into the 50s is once you get 53, it's all downhill. I mean, 53, you're going to have like you're going to have probably more quests than you know what to do with. I mean, we're going to have Searing Gorge, we're going to have Fellwood, we're going to start getting into the Burning Steppes. We still have to do our Ashara quest, some quests in Ashara because we're going to be having to do our Hunter quest line there as well. We're going to have to do our gear upgrades as well, like our tier 0.5 gear upgrades for the gloves, bracers, and belts. Herbivores Vitality. Nah, those quests are a little bit crappy at 50.
Home is where the heartache is. So baby, pack up your desktop. Let's piggyback the internet from the Walmart parking lot. Hair high with the cat eye, you held my hand in the movie. Got me iced teas, our friends ran off to 2E. Said you can't be shit if you can't be true to you. And you slap the street sound like your parents' Subaru. Long live being in love, being obscene. Long live saying that we're 19. Black coffee, yeah, acetaminophen. Long live the listening and everything in between. Motherfucking team. Long live the scene. Long live the motherfucking team.
For what, babe? Tripping in space. I'll be dying of boredom. Set my friends on the forum. Why is my icons on my minimap showing up? They shouldn't show up. Like, why is this showing up? Now they disappear. Sometimes they just show up for some no reason. They shouldn't show up. Ah, man, I wish we could turn off some of these things. Here, maybe we can turn off. Can we turn off the air? There we go. We don't need the minimap icon. And I don't think we can turn off the mask, and I don't think we can turn off the item rack one either. Alt right click, toggle events. We have events. I forgot about events. They can be pretty useful. Yeah, I don't want to hear that song. No, thank you. No, thank you. I guess we could have looked at some hardcore death clips, just for some shits and giggles, right? I don't know if there's any new ones that came out. It doesn't look like it. The funniest one was where the hell am I? Oh, the funniest one was Zico. I don't know if you guys saw that one. You know, Zico's a good guy. Oh, ZF Shop, just man. Sure. God, I don't know if my hearth is up. 10 minutes on hearth. Crap. I gotta run back. Yeah, tank. Who knows how long it's gonna be? Wait, I got 10 minutes. And 9 minutes 38 seconds. What level are these guys? See, level 50, oh, 52, shit. 52, 48, 48. Yeah, we'll be fine. Just need a tank.
days when I'm gone, you'll need love to light the shadows on your face. If a great wave shall fall and fall upon us all, then between the sand and stone, could you make it on your own? If I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go, way up high or down low. I'll go wherever you will go, and maybe I'll find out a way to make it back someday, to want you, to guide you through the darkest of your days. If a great wave shall fall and fall upon us all, well then I hope there's someone out there who can bring me back to you. If I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go, way up high or down low. I'll go wherever you will go. Run away with my heart, run away with my hope, run away with my love. I know now just quite how my life and love might still go on. In your heart, in your mind, I'll stay with you for all time. If I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you will go, way up high or down low. I'll go wherever you will go. If I could turn back time, I'll go wherever you will go. If I could make you mine, I'll go wherever you will go. I'll go wherever
How much time do I got? I got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to kill until. Look at all those people hitting 60. 4 people just hit 60.
I seek you out, flay you alive. One more word and you won't survive. And I'm not scared of your stolen power. See right through you anyhow. I won't soothe your pain. I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. I got nothing for you to gain. I'm taking it slow, feeding my flame. Shoveling the cards of your game. And just in time, in the right place, suddenly I will play my ace. I will soothe your pain. I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. I got nothing emerging with grace. Feeling and you're following my gaze. Steadily emerging with grace.
Show is over, close the storybook. There will be no encore. And all the random hands that I have shook, well, they're reaching for the door. I watch the backs as they leave single file. You stood stubborn, cheering all the while. I know I can be colorful. I know I can be gray. And I know this loser's living fortunate. 'Cause I know you will love me either way.
to the doctor. Cover me with holy water, cleanse me with fire. I am the prodigal daughter, living all the way down. Was a dead woman walking? You don't go looking for the truth until you've heard the devil talking. Now I'm making a living, crushing the algorithm. Flip the pillow to the cool side. Love, magic, feminism. Finally found religion. Laying naked on a poolside. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. They say you better be honest, but you gotta be overly cautious, so you lie to yourself. You said the high road is the longest, so you go all the way down. Leave it all at the bottom when you got nothing left to give. That's when you feel your body walking. Now I'm making a living, baby, I'm not a prison. Flip the pillow to the cool side. Love, magic, feminism. I don't need superstition. Laying naked on the poolside. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. I'm back. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. I'm back. Do you want me to talk? You wanna hear me go off? Get so high. Don't remember how to be soft. You get back to your soul at the bottom of the sea. You come back up, unlock the cuffs, run, baby, run, you're free. I'm making a living, crushing the algorithm. Flip the pill to the cool side. Love, magic, feminism. Finally found religion. Laying naked on the poolside. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. I'm back. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm back. Baby, I'm
Oh, we got a warrior. We got a tank. 50.
I am a lineman for the county, and I drive.
You got my attention.
Searching in the sun for another.
Watch your back.
I hear you singing in the wild. I can hear you through the wind. The Wichita line is still alive. stretch down south and never stand the same. And I need you more than want you. And I want you for all time. The Wichita line now is still mine.
Blazing beard with the Warbringers. The Warbringer Spalders of the Bear. Good for D, baby, good for D. I've been really bad with the greens today. I've gotten so few greens. Normally I get a lot more.
Familiar place.
I'm getting shit for greens.
We got our heads down, and then we pretend it's 'cause the night is dark and running out of space for us to run around. But it's a dead end and my knees tight.
Ah, really? You gonna
It's
reset
been
on
a
me?
long time of this. Something has got to give. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year with nothing to show from down this road. It's only on we go. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, and I only know from down this slope. It's only up we go. Let's get on another flight. Maybe set out to sea. Kick it up and shake our fist at it. 'Cause death is harder to come by than it is to breathe. When you gotta make a break for it, 'cause it's been a long time of this. Something has got to give. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, nothing to show from down this road. It's only on we go. Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, and I only know from down this slope. It's only up we go. Nothing gives easy, easy gives nothing. I'm just trying to keep income coming, and dawn is bound to break when the night is done. Always darker days before brighter ones. Brighter Everyone here is ready to go. It's been a hard year, nothing to show from down this road. It's only on we go. it's only up we go.
Aw.
I got what you need! Glad I could help!
Big sneeze. Whew. Yikes.
Talk to me! Hurry back!
certainly hit 51 in this instance. I swear, he's kind of a douchebag, to be honest. Just not waiting for anybody to drink, and he's complaining about not having threat. It's like, whatever, dude. I'm not gonna waste any. I'm not gonna waste any more enchantments or potions or anything. If it just let this guy run crazy like a psycho. Basically, I'm gonna pull back on the gas pedal. The hunter has the whirlwind axe. It's funny.
sands consume you. Let the executions begin.
I hope I win that for my. Oh, I wanted to win that for my regen set. Sometimes it's nice to have that for regen. Would have been good to get that actually. I should have just rolled need on it. Said, hey, I'm gonna pull this for my spirit set.
This desert be mine. The Sand Fury reigns supreme. Feel the fury of the sands.
They're killing that little goblin.
Time is money, friend.
Nice, I actually needed that quest. Nice.
How are ya? See you soon. What's on your mind?
Talk to me.
Alright, I think that's it. I think I need to get to bed. It is late. It's 3 in the morning. But we hit level 51. I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to start leveling my Protection Paladin, who's like level 1 at the moment, I think. I need to maybe look at buying her some gear and some bags. Get her set up and start leveling up the Prop Paladin, because I love Protection Paladin vanilla. And then maybe let the Hunter build up a little bit of rest time. I'm level 51, so just 9 more levels to go. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Hope everybody's having a good night. And I'll see you next time. I will be on vacation after tomorrow, so tomorrow's my last working day until next year. So I'll probably be streaming quite a bit. Although Christmas Eve, I'm probably not sure what I'm doing. Christmas Day, I won't be streaming because I'll be busy. And then by Christmas Eve, I'm not sure. But the day after Christmas Day, like next week on Thursday, Thursday, Friday, I'll definitely be streaming. Saturday, Sunday, probably on and off. And then the following week, I think, actually here, it might be easier if I just pull up a calendar. So I'll be streaming probably on Monday and on Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, probably not. Sunday, probably will be streaming. And then the next, like Monday, be streaming. Thursday, be streaming. Probably streaming all this week, to be honest. Probably. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Everybody's having a good one. Until next time. Peace out.
Need help?